Hi, welcome. We're reading some Aliens month or doing anything else that you want. These are also general reading and productivity sprints. So don't feel like you need to read along with Tempting Auzed. That's the one we're up to, right? In the Clickanian series. Um, if you haven't been reading along with the Clickanian series, totally fine. You don't have to read that today. You're welcome to read or do anything you would like. Um, However, that's what I'll be reading. And I'm hoping to just like bang the whole thing out today, since it is the 31st of December here in Australia. Um, so I don't really want to carry it over into the new year. So I'm going to try and finish that. I also have another book on the go, um, that is also just dumb smart. So potentially I'm going to spend a lot of hours today reading dumb smart. And I hope you'll join me. Um, Hello, yay, alien smart. Yes, I just love alien smart. Hi, Amy. Morning. Um, I assume it's like 10:05 for you because it's 9:05 for me. I mean, like I scheduled these, and had complete control over what time they would start. Um, and so I've made the choices that have caused me to be trying to behave like a human being, at 9 a.m. Which I know like actually isn't particularly early, but my sleep schedule's a little bit wacky at the moment. Also, I'm extremely conscious of the fact that my Shrimp Heaven Now poster is crooked in its frame. Um, I don't know, I just slipped. So probably during the first sprint, I will take it down and straighten it because, um, otherwise, like I'm staring at it in in my webcam. I just can't not stare right at it. Um, and I won't be able to concentrate on anything else if I leave it like that and have to keep looking at it. It slipped a little bit and now it's slipped a bunch, and so like I'm sorry. I'm sorry to like anyone else who that's like going to be absolutely terrorizing, um, like it is for me. Um, that's just what we're doing, I guess. Um, Trying to think if there's any other like housekeeping I need to get out of the way, um, before we like dive into the alien smut, or just like whatever else you're doing. Because like again, it's totally fine to not be reading Tempting Auzed, Auzed, or I don't know. The audiobook will tell me how we're pronouncing this alien name. I can't actually remember if this is. I can't remember if our male love interest in book 4 is someone we've met or heard mentioned before, because I basically don't like reading a series like a book a month, is actually too long for my terrible memory. So I don't really remember much of what we've read so far. Um, I do think that so far I have liked Choosing Theo. That's the first one, right? The first one best, Choosing Theo. Even though he was really un-alien, which I think is like deeply disappointing. But that's kind of the case with like a lot of this series. So they just look like guys. The aliens are just guys. Honestly, hugely disappointing, but that's fine. Like we'll soldier on. Incidentally, I've been reading the other dumb smut that I've been reading is Ruby Dixon, but it's not technically alien smut. It's a standalone, so it's not even connected to the Ice Planet Barbarians universe. It's called Bound to the Shadow Prince. And so like it's kind of a bit like monstery because like he's, I don't know, he's a different fantasy species to her. Like the chick is human and the guy is like this sort of like gray skinned fantasy dude, and he has wings and his legs bend the other way. I think those are the main things. Like I think he maybe has freaky colored eyes, but like otherwise, like I assume that like otherwise he's pretty much just a dude, except that he's giant, has backwards legs and wings. And not, of course. But Ruby Dixon is always just telling on herself because in this one, so like this is not related. This is not part of the Ice Planet Barbarian series, and it's not part of any of the other series, of which I have read several. But once again, we have this is just like, because it's in like every book, I'm like, this is a very specific fetish that you have, Ruby Dixon. We have to make a fuss about how the human woman has body hair, specifically pubic hair, and the non-human dude doesn't. Ruby Dixon loves pubes on women and loves pubeless alien dudes. And that's just, why are they all like that, Ms. Dixon? Can you explain to me why they're all like that? Because it feels like that's just like, if you make that kind of like how your universe works in like all of your books, even the ones that aren't related to each other, it feels like that's just a fetish that you have. And like, I don't know, like I'm not a writer, and I haven't invented my own smart universe, but I feel like I wouldn't want to quite so clearly tell on myself by making like particular fetishy things the same in every book. Like, I'm not kink shaming Ruby Dixon. I like, I don't have an issue with this this fetish. I just like, why is it the same in all of them? Why is that how every universe she writes works? Why? It's so specific. Anyway, good morning, Ash. Editing my Jan TBR. Nice. I haven't worked out my January TBR, let alone like filmed it or anything like that. But I'm extremely happy that you're editing yours. I'll work it out. I've got to get through the alien stuff first, and then I can work out what's happening next year. Although, like, I need to finish up prepping my spreadsheets for next year because I haven't fully finished that yet. They're like my main spreadsheet is mostly done. So like don't anyone panic or anything. I'm not going. It's not like tomorrow is going to click over and I'm going to have like no spreadsheet or anything. I'm just like tweaking some things. So like again, like don't panic. I know that like it might seem extremely traumatizing, the idea that like I still have work to do on my 2024 spreadsheets. But it's fine. Don't panic. I'm not panicking, and you shouldn't panic either. It's fine. Good morning, Tracy. Um, yeah, so let me know what you're all going to be getting up to. I mean, obviously, I'm going to assume that unless you state otherwise, that you're reading Alien Smart, because that's the default on this stream. Again, just like I'm not gonna keep saying like it's fine to do or read whatever, but I'm gonna just assume everyone's here for the Alien Smart unless told otherwise. I'm sorry for the trauma. Um, yay, Alien Smart. So yeah, I haven't started it yet. Saving it all for today. That may or may not have been the right thing to do because, again, it is the 31st of December. But we'll see how we go. I'm going to pop a sprint on. I was thinking of starting with 45 minutes, but I'm willing to adjust that if anyone has any other specific preferences. We'll probably mostly do 45-minute or an hour today, just to like get like good chunks done. Started yesterday, but haven't got very far. That's I will start and catch up to you. 45 sounds good. 45 is good. Okay. Did I set the life app spaces to? I did set the life app spaces to 45 ahead of time. Wow, just killing it. Yeah, I actually got the timer up before starting. Now, I did start the stream a couple minutes late because I was doing this. It's fine. We're doing fine. Okay, so let's go for 45 and I'll meet you back here then. did we go? I got to 14% in tempting Auzed. So that's an amount. Was a bit distracted early on in the sprint. But I fixed my picture. I sorted out my medication for the week. Just, like really, really fun, fancy, great stuff. So yeah, how did everyone else go? Hi Sash. It's 180th book of the year. Nice. It's a nice round number too. Hello Liv. 42% into was it? I'm liking it more than books 2 and 3. Yeah. I don't know. I'm finding it hard to tell because I feel like a lot of them interest me more at the start than when they settle in. So I can't tell. I'm enjoying it because we're getting lots of alien planet descriptions, which I'm definitely all for. And lots of descriptions of really interesting creatures, and yet the aliens are just still dudes. They just look like a guy. So that's, if we can have all these fun, fancy alien creatures, why can't the aliens be a little bit more interesting? The aliens she doesn't want to be made a citizen of are more interesting looking, but I guess that's why they are kind of adversaries and not boyfriends, I guess, because they're weird looking. That's fine. It's fine. Not everyone could have my elevated tastes. Also, again, she is a cinephile who seems to just see the most popular movies. Hi Nell, welcome. 26%, nice. 3 chapters, good job. Just read a little bit of Spy Family, Volume 5. That's right, nice. I'm just sorry. I'm just what chapter? I'm on chapter 4 of Tempting Auzed for anyone who's curious. So not very far in. It's definitely more enjoyable than books 2 and 3. Well, that's good. That's good to know because the first one has been my favorite so far, and the others have just been kind of meh. Hi, I would be able to stay long, but I'm working on my journal and updating my TBR. Nice. Love spending some time getting everything in order. I need to do that a bit today. Yeah, that's good. Everend is annoying and doesn't tell me the percentage, but I have 3 hours left. All right. Let's just keep calling it scribbed. Because Everend is you can't rebrand at this point scribbed. That ship has sailed. Yeah, 3 hours left. That's chunk. I want to know what the track scenes look like. Are they I immediately forget all of the fancy alien proper nouns as soon as I stop listening. Are they the ones that come and arrest them? I'm very interested in the fact they have anime, basically. I think she specifically calls them anime eyes. Sorry, I just saw a Willy Wagtail. He's trying to steal my secrets. He's very handsome. I love Willy Wagtails. Hello. Yeah, no, it's I don't think anyone needs to learn to start calling it X. It's Twitter. And it'll always be Twitter for me because I basically stopped using it at this point. And I didn't need, and like, I was in high school from 2001 through 2005. So I definitely had some usernames that had some like miscellaneous extra X's at each end. Because I was an edgy teen in the early 2000s. So it's just extra embarrassing, the idea of like rebranding Twitter to X. It's just like, it's too cringe and I can't deal with it. Like, God, Elon Musk is so embarrassing. I mean, like, he's a lot of like terrible things, including like, it seems pretty clear at this point that he is a white supremacist, and also a billionaire, which is like automatically like, you can't be a billionaire and a good person at the same time. So, but also just like so embarrassing and cringe. Like, we shouldn't have to be exposed to like someone publicly embarrassing themselves this hard. Like, I feel like it's not psychically healthy. The divorced dad energy that we're living under is still working on planning my Pokemon TBR. Totally failing on ideas for some of the prompts. Yeah, I really need to do more planning my Pokemon TBR. Sort of, I mean, like, at least because it's year long, I don't feel a lot of pressure to work out everything that I'm going to read for every prompt. And maybe that's a mistake. And like, I'm going to be scrambling to like fulfill everything. Not that, like, just a reminder to everyone, you don't need to fulfill all of the Pokemon prompts. Like you don't necessarily have to play it as a completionist. I think that it would be plenty of fun to just like fulfill a few and lure out a few Pokemon. But I mean, like, why? Like, I'm giving this advice, and I know that I personally will not take this advice. But I just want to remind people that that's an option, and you don't need to drive yourself insane. And I've said it now, and you know, we will do what we will do. Yeah, it's Twitter. The Traxians are the aliens that Theo's mother is part of. Oh, right, yeah. Yeah, and I want to see, like, I'm kind of interested that we've gotten a little bit of description of this new, different alien city, and like, I would really like to see, like, because like the Traxians are like from like a desert environment, right? Yeah, like, I want to see how they live and build their cities and stuff. Like, I want to know about the alien culture stuff and give me more than just like, he looks like a hot man. Hi Mel, what you gonna be getting up to? Yeah, just the extreme oppressive divorced dad energy is, I can't with these billionaires in their midlife crises. It's cringe. Giant about half An hour mark in the sprint. Ron and I are sitting outside with iced coffees reading. Oh, that sounds lovely. Extremely love that for you. That sounds really pleasant. I would like an iced coffee. I'm getting close to probably wanting to close up and put the aircon on because it's very humid, but it's way cooler than it has been here because like it's been having a heat wave, but no heat wave today, I don't think. And it was cool overnight. And it's like much cooler now. I think it's like 26 or 27. But it's super humid, so that's I'm not sure if we're due to get some more rain today. But I say that as like the sun just intensifies outside my window. Yeah, second half. It's just like I can't deal with like the need to keep the cringe like Elon Musk needs to keep his cringe a bit more private because like I can't be exposed to that. Trying to finish my book, which will complete my sprint book, my sunscreen book, and the reading outside prompt. Nice. My son was so bad, I haven't even got my starter Pokemon yet. It's fine. I mean, your starter Pokemon, it just has to be the first one you get. So like, this is basically a head start period, rather than like you're not going to miss out. I won't be catching all the Pokemon. I'm okay with that. I'm having fun with it, so I'm just going to focus on that. Yes, I think that's good. I think that it is. I think that it's good to be able to like not need to catch them all. And I know that like Meredith has designed it to like be very like different levels of engagement, like and different levels of like difficulty. Like there are really hard ones, but it's just basically to make it hard for the people that want a challenge. But then there's like you're meant to be able to do it at the level of stress and effort that feels like good and rewarding for you and not drive yourself insane. Some of us are insane though. So I imagine that a lot of us will be driven mad. Please don't be driven mad. I wish I could be chilled with reading challenges, but I can't. So I'm bound to disappoint myself at some point. Yeah, same. I haven't gotten all the tools and I'm not going to. And that's a huge disappointment, but I need to just like, here's the thing. So like, I'm not going to be able to collect all the tools. I've collected some for this like free time in December. But here's the thing, because I'm a problem, because this is the problem, I'm probably not going to use any of the tools that I've gotten. So just like the tools, like I was only trying to get the tools to get the badge for getting all the tools, and I haven't gotten all the tools. So I won't get that badge. But still, like the ones I did get, I probably won't use. I'll just do the prompts as written. Because it's a problem. Why? But so like I don't even know why I'm trying to get. Well, I know why I was trying to get the tools. I was trying to get the badge. I how listening to Inner Holidays. I'm at 12% while eating some mac and cheese, pizza, and boneless wings. Nice. That sounds like a good feast. And I'm glad I'm not the only one who like kind of just like doesn't see Christmas as a deadline for reading the holiday books. I'm honestly like I have some festive things that I didn't get to because I'm not a very festive person and I don't really prioritize reading festive things at festive times. So like I might be reading some like Christmas themed horror later in the year, just randomly. It's rainy and cool here today, but it is humid. Yeah, the humidity is a lot. Trying to decide between Iron Widow and Jurassic Park for a zoologist rack. I would say Iron Widow, but I haven't read Jurassic Park. I think I've heard that it's good. I mean, obviously I've seen the film, and I love Laura Dern. That's my review of Jurassic Park. I love Laura Dern. Um, but I really loved Iron Widow. They're neither of these were any of my zoologist recommendations, so like that's disappointing. So like, you know, I mean, you've already made the wrong choice. But Iron Widow is very good. It's supposed to get up to 25 today. Wow, 25. Practically scorching. Yeah, it's only 21 today, a bit of a shock for December. Yeah, like it was so cool overnight that I had to turn my fan down, which is like, I mean, most nights recently I've been having to like, I start the night in like sleeping on an air mattress in the lounge room so I can be in an air conditioned space, and then around 3 or 4 a.m. it's usually cool enough for me to go to my bed. So that's how I've been sleeping lately. Because I just like, I can't personally fall asleep when it's like 26, 1 a.m. Just a thing that happened. Wish I could get all the Pokemon, but I know myself and that's impossible. Gonna have fun. Yes, having fun is like the most important thing. Not really planning any prompt except the year-long one. Yeah. I think sort of playing it as a scavenger hunt would be like a fun way to do it. Just like see what you get. -3 Celsius. Live in the Midwest US. I don't know that I even know what -3 feels like. Like occasionally it will get down to like 1 in the dead of winter, in the dead of night, in the dead of winter here where I live. Um, Queensland, the Sunshine State. But yeah, I would like it to be a bit cooler. I'm appreciating it being a bit cooler today, but it is also still just like sticky. I didn't get all the, okay, I'm glad I'm not, you know, I haven't checked what tools I've gotten. Yeah, and also like I think the only tool that required reading that I haven't done is the reading an embarrassing book in public, because originally I'd been putting off, I was going to read Hook a Smoking Caterpillar on the train going to and from the Brisbane library, because I had some books that I needed to return, but I ended up getting them like delivered by like the Uber parcel service, because we've been having a lot of heat waves and I was busy with like getting stuff ready for Christmas. And so like I haven't gotten to that. And then I was thinking that I would like just do a dedicated, like a different dedicated live reading, just like Hook a Smoking Caterpillar on camera the whole time. Just like force myself to sit and stay on camera the entire time I was reading. Not that would be very rewarding because I don't have a particularly expressive face. But I mean, it's the 31st and I'm reading Tempting Auzed, so like that's not going to happen. But otherwise, I'd struggle with like the ones where you're just like meant to take pictures of things and have favorites of things. I don't enjoy things enough to have favorites. I have no joy in my life. Yes, I probably wouldn't use them either. Yeah, it's like partially I'm going to forget about them, and partially it's just like, well, like it's easier to just complete the prompts as written. I don't have to think about it. Sitting in my 0 degrees Celsius in my state. It's so chilly. It's so chilly. I haven't gotten all the tools yet either. Good. Like, I'm sure some people have, and they're excellent overachievers, and they'll really enjoy that badge for getting all the tools, but I will not have that badge. I don't really have any excuse. I don't have a job. I read several books before and on Christmas that were Christmas themed, but I will generally read holiday books whenever, not necessarily on the holiday. Yeah, I feel the same way. Like, I just I don't like having a book sort of like time locked too much, and also like I don't tend to like I don't read seasonally. Like, it's not like I don't read summer books in the summer or winter books in the winter. Like, sometimes it's neat when they match up, but like I don't make decisions like that, and I read about the same amount of horror in October as I do the rest of the year. And yeah, I just like, I know I was reading I don't think it was this year, but it was the year before. I was reading a bunch of Christmas themed smut at the start of January because like a book club that I was in had like scheduled some that was meant to be read in December, and I didn't get to it in December because I didn't really want to read it. I wasn't quite on my smut journey then. And so I was just like reading it in the first week of January just to like get it done, not because it was like, oh, gotta read the festive stuff before the window closes. Yes, Iron Widow is very good. I think that's yeah. Oh, it's not one of your recs? Who recommended it? Someone did. I mean, clearly lots of us like it. Yeah, but that's not like a temp like when it occasionally gets down to one, that's not a temperature that I experience because that happens like at like 3 a.m. when I'm asleep, and like briefly it'll get a bit frosty. It definitely happens more now that I'm living further inland. It pretty much almost never got down that cold when I was in Brisbane, but now I'm slightly further west. We get more frost, which was an adjustment with my plants. Like, I wasn't used to like there actually being frosts. It's colder and drier inland. It's strange. I'm still like, we've been here a year and a half and I'm still getting used to it because I grew up on the coast. Like, I only sign up today, so I'll only get the tools where I can share pics. Well, that's fair enough. And I mean, it's the picture sharing ones are there for a reason. To like, they're meant to be some easier ones to get. I am just mentally broken. Sorry, I got distracted by my book. What book did you say what book you were reading? Yeah, because I'm going to check and make sure that like that's reasonable that you got distracted. Because if you're reading something crap, I'm going to be like, how dare you? But if it's good, that's fine. We get the occasional frost, but climate change took care of that. Yeah. Wah, wah. Yeah. The coldest that like I actually sort of like experience with my human body is like sometimes when I would be like in the winter when I was working at the mailroom, so I would be having to go to work. I'd be leaving to work for like I'd be waiting for the bus at like 6 a.m. And so it's like sometimes it would be like 5 or 6 degrees Celsius. And I don't have cold weather clothes. I don't know how to dress for the cold. I have like light cardigans. And so like that was miserable. Because also like then I like for work I need to be dressed to like do a physical job like the rest of the day. So like I've basically just like put on a bunch of thin layers to go and get the bus at 6 a.m. because I knew that I would be like taking them off like once I actually got into work. And like during the day, like usually it hits 20 most winter days here, at least. Okay, dark emu is really good, so that's fine. I'll allow it. I really love dark emu. I should reread dark emu. It's a good book. The coldest I've ever negative 34 Celsius. That is inconceivable. How is that even a temperature? I mean, like, I understand, like, intellectually that it is a temperature, but just like, it seems impossible. Yeah, that is really cold. Normally we've had at least 1 or 2 snowstorms by now. It was weird not to see snow around Christmas. Yeah, it's summer here, so we've been having a heat wave, which is pretty typical for Christmas. For me, it's been quite a wet December, which I think is ultimately good. Like, summer is like a storm season where I live, but usually there's like this terrible, like, because spring is really dry and then there are storms in summer, but often like summer will start and like the temperatures will be really hot when things are still really dry, and that's how we have a lot of bushfires and stuff. And I was feeling really worried because I felt like it was a particularly dry spring. But we've been having lots of rain, at least where I am. Obviously, there's going to be fires elsewhere because climate change. And also just because, like, naturally that's part of a lot of our plants that are fire adapted. How do you survive negative 34? That I would simply just immediately die. If you get a one coat here, that you consider a light coat. Sure. Yeah, I don't own a coat. I don't own a coat. I also don't leave the house, so I thought that might pass muster. Yeah, that's acceptable. Yeah, I love dark emu. And I really don't understand why. I mean, it's like anything can be controversial, and like reactionary, conservative people, racists, can find controversy in so many things. But it's so mild. Like, dark emu is like presented in such like a gentle way, like 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 it's talking about like really important like evidence and discoveries, but like I feel like Bruce Pascoe just presents it in such a like he's not like he's not pushing for he's not like asking for that much. Like, there's not like a huge call to action in it. It's like, here's some really interesting things that are both valuable to know for like a cultural heritage to preserve, and also could inform the way we live now. But like, isn't that interesting? Just like cool, interesting facts that make the world better and more interesting. And people are like, I mean, racist people. So, came back from the Gold Coast with COVID. Oh no, feeling okay, mainly an annoying cough. Oh, that sucks. I'm so sorry, Zoe. Did you have fun on the Gold Coast? I don't like the Gold Coast very much, but I mean, Queensland. You stay inside. Usually, the government actually has a lock and order in place to tell you not to leave unless absolutely necessary. Yeah, that seems reasonable. Yeah, it's terrifying. I also like, because I like to be a nightmare and bum myself out, I also always think about, I mean, I guess like in places where temperatures get that cold, it's much more common to have a lot more housing and shelter available for unhoused people. But like whenever I'm thinking about like climate and weather stuff, I'm constantly like, but what do you do if you're experiencing homelessness? Like obviously, like that's why there's so much more shelter room on the east coast of the US than the west coast, because it's so much more urgent to get people inside. But this is just like a bummer thing that I think about all the time. Like I was talking about like the cyclone up north recently with my partner, and he's like, yeah, no, there are places for people to shelter. At least we've avoided the big fires this summer. Yes, absolutely. I was very worried. Yeah, poor Zoe. This time's here with wind added. Live in Minnesota. I love Minnesota. I've never been. I'm just a fan of. Uh, this is probably problematic that like I'm such a fan of Minnesota because of the movies Drop Dead Gorgeous and Fargo, two of my favorite movies ever in the world. That's probably not accurate Minnesota representation. I love Minnesota. It's one of my 3 favorite U.S. states. Never been to the U.S. Just a fan. Very relaxed. It's just. Did you know? Yeah, like it's like so gentle and non-confrontational. Like I really feel like he went out of his way to like just like very gently, just like, here's some interesting information for you. I know that this might spook some people, so I'm just gonna just gently feed you this interesting information. Yeah, Bruce Pascoe seems extremely unassuming, and he has a really calm reading style in the audiobook. I haven't actually listened to the audiobook, so that's I should do a reread. So 2024, I'm going to do a reread of Dark Emu, and I'll listen to the audiobook because I read it physically without reading along to the audiobook because that's what I was doing at the time when I read it. My mom has actually met him apparently. Because she used to be involved in like the short story writing community when we were like, so I was born in Victoria, but I don't remember. I've lived in Queensland since I was 2.5. But so like before I was born, my mom was like more involved in like short story writing community in Victoria. So she knew him through that, and she said that he was a lovely person. Yes, you should read Dark Emu. It's really good. I still think about it, and I read it several years ago at this point. Yeah, I hope you feel better, Zoe. Like tea, recommend peppermint tea with some honey, as it may help soothe your cough. That's a good point. I also think lemon balm tea I have found to be very soothing on the throat, like specifically lemon balm. And like I'm actually growing a bunch of lemon balm now that I haven't turned into tea, just because like sometimes I find that I can't find the right blend. But I was going to say a thing, but I don't want it to be true. There was a period in my life when I constantly had like a very sore and raw throat because of some health stuff that was going on. And I relied on lemon balm tea to just like get through like being able to like not be just raw all the time. It's still confronting thinking about how everything we've been taught and assumed is just wrong and deliberately misleading. Yeah. I feel like realistically that should make anyone reading angry, but like angry that we've been misled. And even like I know when I was in school, we did have like a lot of we were taught a lot of stuff about First Nations people. but it was all still just like through that framing of like, oh, look at these quaint ways of these definitely nomadic hunter-gatherer people. So like even the stuff where there was like, oh yeah, it's important to teach kids about these cultural things, it was still just like so much culture and history erased. It's frustrating. I'm in Maine. I don't like it cold. Oh, most of what I know about Maine is that Stephen King lives there. I've never read a Stephen King book, but he fucking loves writing about Maine. um, Thanks, Meg, for the tea recommendation. Yeah, it's a good recommendation. I don't either. When it gets cold here, I question why I stay in a state that can be so cold. Yeah, that's you. It gets very cold in Minnesota, from what I've seen in the movies I like. Either we just had crazy flooding last week. I'm like, why am I in this state? I feel like basically anywhere there's stuff where you're like, why am I in this state? Like for the past week, we've been having like my weather app has at least like 2 warnings at any one time, and sometimes like at one point there was a warning for a heat wave, severe thunderstorm, and flood watch, just all at once. I might try the audiobook if I can get it from the library. Yeah, you should buddy read it. So I will actually do it. I don't think it's problematic to like Minnesota because of movies. Fargo is also filmed in North Dakota and Canada. Yeah, I mean, like a lot of things are filmed in Canada to represent the U.S. just in general as well. But yeah, it's nice and great movies. Drop Dead Gorgeous and Fargo, just great movies. I'd love to visit Australia and New Zealand someday. Yes, it's very pretty here. Probably don't come in middle of summer for Australia, but otherwise the climate is pretty great the rest of the time. Went to Australia in 2007, absolutely loved it. Back so bad. Yeah, it's like I like living in Australia. I don't think that I would live, like if given the option, I don't think I would necessarily live elsewhere. Although like I don't know. I'm rethinking that. Yeah, like I don't leave my house. I can't stand change. But yeah, Australia is pretty neat. Yes, exactly. I'm smart. I wonder why I'm here when I get hit and fire warnings. Yeah, fire warnings are so scary. That's actually I don't. It's one of the reasons that we moved from rural Victoria to Queensland. Like specifically, we moved to Hervey Bay because that's where my mum's parents had retired, and she wanted to martyr herself to look after them. Like because all of her siblings like live elsewhere in Australia. But like one of the like big motivations for moving was fear about like bushfires and the difficulty of like raising a small child when needing to potentially evacuate for bushfires. Back in December 2021, we had a rainstorm and a tornado which knocked out the power for 3 days. Oh, 3 days without power, that's so rough. That's haven't been without power for that long, except like even so. I mean, I know parts of Brisbane were without power for that amount of time in the last floods, which would have been 2021 was the last serious flooding year, right? It's like I moved out further west I mean, obviously, like still flooding is a concern, but like we haven't had the more severe, like wider spread flood damage in Brisbane since like 2021. But I know like the last time I was without power for that long was during the 2011 floods in Brisbane. That was, so that's, they're sort of the worst floods that we've had in my memory. We've had worse ones, I think, but like, yeah, the 2011 ones are pretty bad. But the 2021 ones were pretty bad also. I just happened to get like fairly lucky where I was living. I googled to see where Fargo was filmed. I knew it was Minnesota and North Dakota, which both had very similar weather. Yeah, because like isn't like the actual the place Fargo, like is it a town or is it a city? Fargo is actually in North Dakota, right? But a lot of it, like in the fiction of the film, a lot of it takes place in Minnesota. It knocked out the power for half the town. Wow. And the other half was okay, as it was on a different power grid. We started to go to work, which had to borrow a generator to stay open. Wow. Well, I hope that your work felt like that you felt that it was worthwhile. Because I mean, like obviously there are some jobs that like are like essential services. But it sucks to be made to still go to work during disastrous times when it doesn't feel like, when you just feel like, why am I here? Fargo is a town in North Dakota. Yeah, it's not too far from Minnesota. Yeah, that's sort of was my impression, that it was sort of like it was near the border, but technically in North Dakota. But still, like the movie Fargo very much feels like a Minnesota movie. I love the Coen brothers in general. We've barely lost power here. We've been lucky. I lost power and I did have to evacuate in 2007. Big ship washed up and everything. Wow. Yeah. I haven't had to evacuate. I've been lucky that like we haven't been living in any of the flood evacuation areas during times when it is flooded. We did when we lost power in 2011. We did end up going Adrian's parents' place in Redcliffe for like a couple of days just to like have access to power and water and stuff. But like we weren't technically evacuated. Like it was, we weren't like cut off physically by the floods or in danger of where we were becoming flooded. Brisbane's very hilly, so this is just like there's a good chance that you'll be on like a high area rather than a low area. Looking at a gas station at the time that I could see out my bathroom window. Well, at least that wasn't a long commute, at least. Horrifying if like it had been a long commute, really. If you Google Pasha, Volca, Newcastle, you can see it washed up on the beach. It's wild. I'm going to Google that. Oh, wow. That is a big ship. I should probably like, I'm already sharing my screen for the other window. I should probably do another reading sprint at some point, I guess. But yeah, that's crazy. The coal ship. Yeah, that's, wow, terrifying. Wild. Extremely wild. I don't remember that. My head was under a rock. Or 2007. I was in my second year of uni, so I was probably a bit distracted by being really depressed. Um, it was crazy to think we hit the news at the time. My uncle used to live in Newcastle, directly across from the beach. Wow. So like prime view of the big ship. It's a big ship. All right. So we should yeah, and that was my first attempt at uni. I've had several. I do not have a bachelor's degree, but I've started several times. And my first attempt started in 2006, fresh out of high school, not properly diagnosed with any kind of mental illness. But that changed. Okay, learning about ourselves. Okay. I have two monitors and I'm still just like stacking these on top of each other just because my other monitor is a drawing tablet monitor. So I have it down because I was working on a thing. So it just has Photoshop on it at the moment, and like I could have put it back up into place, but I thought like maybe I'll work on that while I'm listening to my audiobook. So like even though I have like all of this monitor space, still just stacking them on top of each other. Like a chump. Open foundation is enough for me. Yeah. My first uni degree was a Bachelor of Fine Arts in Creative Writing Production, which I'm obviously doing so much with now. So I guess this started automatically, and was like almost finished doing another 45-minute Pomodoro. So I'm very sorry for that. I've talked for way too long. I don't know how I've managed to do that just like by myself, but like I guess now we'll read. I'll talk to you all in 45 minutes. how did we go? I felt like that sprint went by really fast. But some of that was probably due to the fact that I kind of wasted a bunch of time at the start. Because I was doing something silly in Photoshop, and then decided to get back to what I was meant to be working on, and listening to Tempting Auzed. And I am at 26%. I'm like partway through chapter 8. I was going to say something about how one of the characters interested me, and like I made a note in my I like made an effort to try and remember her name, and now that the book is no longer playing, I've completely forgotten. So that's good. There was an interesting alien. Interesting in that like I wanted to know about what her deal was, not like interesting physically. They're still everyone's boring physically. So anyway, hey Danielle. I felt like I needed a reading buddy or two, so here I am reading The Favorites by Rosemary Hennigan. Nice. Finished Cells at Work, Code Black, Volume 1. I've heard really good things about that manga. I just realized Simulio, am I pronouncing his name right? Narrated his memoir that I'm going to read, and I'm so excited now. Nice. I love when people narrate their own memoir. I feel like in general, most of the time I prefer it if an author reads their own book, though I feel like for fiction, sometimes it's like authors, like narrating an audiobook is a skill. So like for fiction, I only really want it if like the author is good at reading aloud. But for memoir and like a lot of nonfiction, I really like to hear it from the author. But I feel like probably for a lot of people who are writing nonfiction, whether memoir or otherwise, they probably also have done some like public speaking, like lectures and stuff. If they're like I mean, obviously, people are an expert on their own lives for memoir, obviously. But like if you're writing nonfiction about like something else, probably you're an expert in the field, and have been called on to lecture about it, I would assume. But yeah, so like I'm always disappointed when nonfiction isn't read by the author, but like memoir especially. There is an author whose memoirs I really love, and started out like with her first one, listening to the audiobook that is narrated by her. But like then her second memoir, the audiobook is narrated by someone else, and I'm like, why? I love hearing it in her voice, and it just felt like I couldn't, like, I still haven't read it. I need to read it physically sometime, because like I've only read like excerpts of it now, because it felt too weird to hear it from someone else's voice when I've listened to her first memoir narrated by her so many times. Which incidentally, it doesn't seem to be available anywhere anymore, or at least it's not available unabridged. I think the original copy of the audiobook I listened to was unabridged, but now it doesn't seem to be available. But I think I still have an old copy somewhere, hopefully, because I hate abridged. I have a physical copy of the book now. I should just read it physically. I mean, her memoirs. I mean, I am not saying who it is. Content warning. For the memoirs of Maria Hornbacher, for a lot of mental health stuff, including specifically eating disorders and bipolar, but in particular, like first memoir, Wasted, extremely content warning for eating disorders. I know it's one that in particular can be very triggering for people, but it's also just like very beautifully written. Anyway, why did I go on that tangent? Sorry. Up to 42%. Nice. I got to, I think I already said, didn't I? God, what is wrong with my brain? Yeah, I'm at 26%. 22 pages. Very nice. 2 chapters and made some lunch and tea. Nice. Guess I should eat lunch at some point. I thought it was fast too. Yeah. What is with time and the way it flows differently? Yes. It's Raleigh or Raleigh. Raleigh? Raleigh? It's pronounced Raleigh. I'm only listening to the audiobook, so like I haven't even seen it written down. And I still can't remember how it's pronounced. But she's very interesting so far. Although I'm like slightly disappointed. Like I don't know, like I'm not that far in. I'm only like 26% in. So like we've only sort of like seen her once, and like she's dropped them off and left. But like at first I thought that like maybe it was going to turn out that she was queer. But I guess she's just in love with a dude. Maybe it'll still turn, no, but like they're more accepting of queer people. Anyway, she's interesting. Yeah, I really want to hear more about her, and I feel a little bit like the author keeps forgetting that Alex has this movie buff quirk, and periodically remembers and like shoves like a mention of it in. I was like, I don't actually need you to mention it so much. Like, it actually doesn't make her character very interesting to me. I don't think it adds that much to her character. Like I feel like it could potentially, but it just feels a little bit like it's an afterthought every time. Or like maybe the book was written and then she wanted to distinguish this woman from some of the other human women and gave her this quirk and like wrote in movie mentions later. But it's I'm gonna need Alex to stop it because it's a bit cringe. 28% into In Holidays. Nice, very nice. I'm sorry to everyone who isn't reading Tempting Auzed that I'm just like going on these tangents about a character you don't know and will likely never meet, because why would you? If you're not reading this alien smut right now, if you're not book 4 into this series of alien smut, I don't know why would you get to it. Because just read IPB. They're shorter generally. I think they're better. I don't know. They're very mid, but like I find the writing less obtrusive. I find Ruby Dixon's writing less obtrusive, which is sort of like a thing that I look for. Like I love really beautiful writing and really like interesting and experimental writing, including like particular like stylistic things that I know can be irritating for some people. But like I like authors taking a big swing. However, if the writing is not particularly impressive, I like it to be unobtrusive. I want the story to come to me and for me to not note the writing. That is the thing that I like in sort of like the trash. Like when I'm reading my trash. When I'm reading smut, I want the writing to be really unobtrusive. Like I don't want to notice the writing. I mean, like sure, like I'd be happy for some smut that was like really beautifully written. Like I don't know, A Dowry of Blood. That's not that smutty, but there is a little bit of smut. But like you can do like beautiful writing that is also sexy. But I feel like if it is meant to be like just kind of like a smutty book that is like the author like is writing a bunch of them, like churning them out at like a faster pace than the general, like than the average turnaround for like a traditionally published book. I want the writing to just like for me to not notice it, because if it's mid to bad and I'm noticing the writing, oh, I'm going to be noticing the writing so hard and I'm going to be nitpicking it, and a nightmare. Her cinephile quirk is actually making me cringe as well. Every time she quotes a movie to someone who has no idea, I want to hide. Yeah, like, go read The Room. It's also just like is like we're meant to like accept that she is like she writes about movies for a living. Like her job is as a reviewer, but like that's mostly expressed in her just like quoting movies like the boomers in your workplace who don't know how to make jokes and just quote movies instead. And I don't, it doesn't fit. Taste just don't bring it. Yeah, just unobtrusive writing. That's what and that's one of the reasons that I am able to churn through so much Ruby Dixon, because I feel like the writing is fairly unobtrusive. Like I just don't notice it. Yeah, like it just like I just find it really hard to concentrate on the story if the writing is like bogging me down. And I'm just constantly just feeling like, oh, couldn't you have just edited this a bit more, like take it back and like work on this a little bit more so I'm not just like noticing the writing constantly. But then like I like some writing stuff that like I know a lot of people get irritated by stuff written in second person. But there's a lot of stuff I love that's written in second person. And like the experimental writing is the point. But like doing something interesting with the writing is not the point of an alien romance. So, hi Paige, how you doing? What you up to? I'm reading and complaining about alien smut. Not that we've had any, like I'm not up to any smut yet. They don't even particularly like each other. Although she has said that the alien guy is just like the hottest man ever. So once again, it's like, oh, so he's just a guy. He's an alien, but he just looks like a regular hot man. Great. That's what I come to Alien Smut for. Great. I like second person. I feel like it's currently underused in genre fiction. Yeah, particularly like used like I feel like it's so effective for for like really like changing the pace and like really drawing attention to a passage. Like in particular, like I love in memoir when like sometimes it will drop into second person, just to like really put you in and convey like urgency or emotion in a particular passage. I love that, and yeah, I feel like it could be used a lot more in genre fiction. And I love in genre fiction when like something interesting and experimental is done with the writing. Like there's this little Twitter.com novella called The Seventh Perfection, I think. Oh, I can't remember the author's name, but it's written entirely it's entirely dialogue, and it's entirely one side of dialogue. You are only getting the things that characters are saying to the protagonist, and you are in the point of view of the protagonist, but you're just getting these monologues from people because they're investigating a mystery, and they're going around to meet a lot of different people to investigate this mystery and get information. And basically every chapter they're just interviewing this other person. You get some information about what they're asking because of the way that people respond to them, but you don't actually see any of what they've said. It's just the dialogue from the person they're talking to. And I found it was a really exciting and effective way of telling that story to me. It was really immersive, and it felt very urgent, and it also a little bit made it feel a little bit like a play as well, which I thought was really cool. Just playing Sims and trying to blast out the Amber Spyglass. Finish one more series by the end of the year. Nice. How much have you got to go? Can you get it done? I haven't gotten to this month yet. I think it's close though. Yeah. Well, that means that I'm quite a way away from it. At 26%. It's fine. I hope it's good. I hope it's not disappointing. I hope she doesn't. Oh, she'll probably quote a movie during it, won't she? Yes, when I read you, I was so creeped out to be in the perspective of the victim and the perpetrator. It's messed up. Yeah. I think that doing interesting, I love, I feel like that's the point of writing as a medium, to use it to make these really thoughtful choices about how to use writing and language to tell more of the story, because the story isn't just straightforward linear telling of the story. The story is everything. 70% to go. I'm not sure. Ooh. When I first saw the 70%, I thought you were saying that you were up to 70%. 70% to go is quite a chunk, and I feel like that book is a chunker. At least by my standards. Yeah, it's a chunk. I mean, good luck. To me personally, my reading day doesn't end until I go to bed that night. So for me, the new year, reading-wise, won't start until after I've slept tonight. So if I still need to finish something personally, I will probably torture myself by staying awake. That's not a great impulse, but well, if you get a chunk of it read, then you're set up to very quickly finish a series, start off the new year finishing series. So it's January starts, and you're very quickly okay, well, I've already finished one series for the year. And you do have a lot of series to read. Just a lot of series to read. And it'll be and then you can get to Iceland Barbarians, and that'll be great. Yes. Can do it. It is getting warm in here. It's legit only because I finished 19 series this year. Oh. But started 20. So you were really looking for what can I finish off to make this even? Yeah. Maybe you can do it. How fast can you crank that audio? Yeah. Well, I believe in you. Um, it maybe don't kill yourself though. Don't like this. It shouldn't be torture. Reading shouldn't be torture. I'm. It's pointless for me to say that to you. Um, who can say? Maybe it's because you surround yourself with people with chaotic energy. Um, that's true. Like Paige is the power reader. All right. Yes, it's true. All right. Let's do another sprint so you can get some more reading done. And I feel like I'm only at 26%. And I've been live for almost 3 hours, which is, I've been streaming for more time than I have listened, like, than I've reached in the audiobook. Like, in the audiobook, I'm 2 hours and 34 minutes in, but I'm listening at 2.4 speed. So that's, I need to address that. Anyway, so let's go again. Um, I am at 44% of Tempting Auzed, which is almost all the way through chapter 13. I hate Alex. I don't like her. Hate is too strong. I don't like her. We wouldn't be friends. The movie stuff is getting really grating at this point. Yeah. Let me just pause that. Okay. Yeah, 2.4 speed for this one. The narrator is fairly clear spoken. Missing the chatty bits, but I'm here. That's okay. I'll allow it. I finished my book, which means I added myself sunscreen and umbrella tools. Hooray! That's excellent. Heavily when I run, it's after 9 p.m. my time, and my tiny human likes to wake me up bright and early. Thanks for the sprint. Thank you. You're probably already gone, but thank you for joining. Sleep tasty. Finally got all my clips uploaded. Had to clean out the litter tray in the garage. Set up my new phone. Yay for a new phone. Litter boxes are the thing that always, like, when I think about, like, oh, it might be nice to have a cat. Just having to have like an item in your house that the cat just like pisses and shits in, and then like the piss and shit will just be there until you clean it out, is very upsetting to me. I don't think I can cope with that. Like with Libby, you can walk her and she does a poo and you just pick it up straight away in a bag and put it in the bin and it's gone and it's not in the house. And also sometimes she poops in the yard and either I'm right there and can pick it up in a bag when she does it, or it lays in the sun for a while and then gets like very inoffensive and dry. Plus I got to film my reaction to my 2023 shelf destruct list. How did that go? I didn't read much that time. Got a call up to 55% now. Nice. You're still ahead of me. Yeah, what did I say? I was at like 46%, 44%. Not even 46%, 44%. 26 pages. I feel pretty confident that I'll get this done before the new year. Nice. That is very good. Up to chapter 17, 2 hours to go. I'm on chapter 13. She's annoying me a bit now with movie stuff. Yeah, it's just like the movie stuff is a lot, and also just like I came in like in kind of bitchy about Alex because like I just had the part where she is talking about how like as a movie reviewer she doesn't really like to critically engage with films. She just kind of likes to gush about everything. It's like, okay, well, I think you have the wrong job then. You should maybe work like you're not a reviewer, you're a marketer. Like how is that valuable to not like think about the movies you're watching, just sort of just like love the concept of movies. I guess that makes sense for like why she only seems to have watched popular movies. That she loves movies, but only seems to watch like the biggest, most popular movies, and doesn't have anything to say about like anything else, like film history or what goes into filmmaking or anything. I wouldn't get along with her. Um, just getting to the sexy times. It's, God, it makes us wait so long. Yeah, the litter tray is easily the worst part. We're going to get a litter robot. Yeah, that's a good idea. Read 26 pages. The female character is so naive that's taking all my enjoyment out of the book. Ugh, that's so frustrating. I don't like when characters are sort of like, in order to make the plot work, they just make them like too naive to function. It's like, how have you gotten through your life this far? 38%. That's not nothing. 3+ hours to go. You can do that. Just have to like not do anything else. You can do it. Yeah, you can do it, Paige. Oh my God, the fluffy review thing annoyed me too. Like, why are you reviewing movies then? Yeah, like, I feel like it's also like there's this. So I love Jenny Nicholson. I watch her videos a lot. And there's one thing, I can't remember which video it's in, but she is talking about like not liking a particular like Star Wars movie because she's a huge Star Wars fan. And like how like some of the pushback she gets is like someone being like, well, I'm just like I love the film because I'm just a big Star Wars fan. And she's like, being a fan of something uncritically doesn't mean you love it more. It just means you love it sadder. I'm paraphrasing, but yeah, like it, it doesn't mean that you like, it's not the pin it like that doesn't like writing like uncritical fluffy reviews where like she told you like she doesn't even like pick them apart. Like you don't even have to like a critical review doesn't even have to be negative. You can still be like gushing about the thing, but if you're not, but like it sounds like she just doesn't engage with it at all. Like she doesn't want to think about like what goes into making a movie enjoyable or beautiful or meaningful. She just like likes the idea of movies, just loves to go and like have the pictures move. Not like, don't be a reviewer then. I think you can acknowledge your hope for movies still reviewed critically. Yeah, like it's her job. I like, because I feel like even a gushing review where you're not like really critically engaging with the movie in like a meaningful way, like picking it apart, like that's not even an interesting positive review. It the way she phrases it just kind of sounds like she just like all of her movie reviews are just like, oh my God, I love this great movie. And it's like, then you're not a reviewer. I just got through her trying to explain, I think it was the mommy to people. Oh my God, this character needs to stop. Or someone else to highlight the flaws. Us, they should read it. Yeah, like that. It's cool that like she loves movies, and like it's a good job to have reviewing movies if you just like love to see all of the movies. But most people don't have the time or money to see all of the movies, so when they're looking at a review, they want to sort of like get some idea about which movies they personally should spend their time and money on, because they can't watch all the movies. But if you just gush about every movie and just be like, it's great, it's a very childish view of the world. Yeah. She is the female main character in Tempting Auzed. She is a human who has been kidnapped by aliens and then rescued by different aliens and is now on an alien planet and gonna fall in love with an alien dude who basically just looks like a regular hot guy. Doesn't really have particularly interesting alien anatomy. I don't even think this guy has like interesting skin color for this one. I feel like we've only had one colorful alien so far. They just look like dudes. It's very disappointing. Big dudes, big muscular hot boys. Yeah. And so also she's talking about movies all the time to these aliens who don't know what she's talking about. Like, they don't get your movie references. They don't get your movie quotes, babe. Like, stop quoting movies at these alien people. Yes, the amount of people that don't critically engage with things like Star Wars, but then don't even remotely see the similarities between the Empire and society. I'm like, did you even watch it? Yeah, I love the people who are like, there's no politics. I don't want politics in Star Wars. It's like, okay, no politics then in Star Wars. I know what you meant. Still wrong. I can't be bothered correcting again. I get what you mean. It's fine. But yeah, it's I'm very irritated by this character. Because yeah, it just like nothing has convinced me that she actually I feel like in the previous book she was referred to as a cinephile, which I like took issue with a little bit as well, because she mentioned like, I don't know, Titanic and something, just like the most popular movies, or I can't remember what movies she mentioned, but like just movies that almost everyone knows. And I'm like, is that what being a cinephile is? It makes me think of there's this old Lonely Island song with Michael Bolton. I think like it's called Jack Sparrow. Um, it's the same thing. Like Michael Bolton is like making the song, like making their like club banger all about like Pirates of the Caribbean, and then like tries with some other just like very popular movies. And they're like, Michael Bolton is a major cinephile. And it has also always felt like, is he a major cinephile, or has he just seen like the movies everyone's seen? It's like, wow, such a deep cut. Pirates of the Caribbean and Scarface and Aaron Brockovich. I think there's probably another one in there, but like, yeah. Wow, deep cuts. Yeah, it's good. It's a good song. Yeah, I just like, if someone loves movies that much, I just kind of assume like if they're like they love movies so much that they're described as a cinephile. It's not even that like I think that they shouldn't like the popular movies. Like obviously like I, that seems totally reasonable to have like a deep appreciation for like popular blockbuster movies. But wouldn't you also seek out other movies? If you love movies so much, you would see other things than just like the most basic movies that, like, yeah, And it's like I'm like I just want to be clear. I'm not knocking any of like the movies that she mentions, or like liking popular movies or anything. It's not about that. It's just like there's just no depth to this character. It's just like it's like an alien tried to write about a human that liked movies, and so they just like Googled like best human movies or something. Not even best, like most popular human movies. Yeah. Anyway, um, it's very strange to me, and grating, and I need her to stop talking about the movies. Thank you. Okay, so we should do another sprint. Um, I was thinking about maybe doing an hour this time if no one has an objection to that. I feel like that could be good. Um, nope, that's wrong. Um, an hour is good. Okay, let's do an hour then. Just because I want to make sure we get some good reading done. And I know I keep eating into a lot of our time just rambling on about this character. So, yeah. Okay, cool. Let's do an hour. Happy reading, everyone. Let's make some good progress. Hi, how did we go? That hour felt like it went faster than some of the 45 minutes. Like, I don't know. Oh, excuse me. I don't know where the time went. Um, just my screen. I finished using my tablet monitor as a tablet, so it's back up as a monitor, and I have the dual monitor set up again, and very fancy. I got to 62%, which is about halfway through chapter 18 of Tempting Auzed. Um, I don't know, it's fine. I still hate the movie shit. Um, it's just really irritating. Um, Looks like Paige's headphones died, which is very bad. For the prospects of finishing the Amber Spyglass today. Oh no. Eyes are drooping, so I'm going to have a nap if I don't make it back. Thanks for the sprints. No worries, Tracy. I mean, you're probably asleep right now. I hope you're sleeping tasty. Got up to chapter 21. Nice. What chapter did I say I was in? I'm in chapter 18. I got my Jan TBR edited. I just need to create the thumbnail and upload it. Nice. You're being so productive. I love that. Only 11 pages because I was watching a show until the 15-minute mark. I get that. That's I feel like I do that a lot in sprints where I'm like, I'll just finish doing this thing or like watching this thing. And then I'll read the rest of the sprint. And then once I'm done, like there's like a tiny bit of the sprint left, and I'm like, I read like 2 pages, but I was very serious about reading in the last little bit of the sprint. I'm trying to finish book 100 for the, oh, nice. Had to pick a quick one and ended up reading 106 pages of a Wimpy Kid book. It's cute. I also stocked the bathroom with toilet paper. Productivity. Nice. Good job. Yeah. I love a quick book. I haven't read any of the Wimpy Kid books. I don't read that much, like children's and middle grade. Is it middle grade or is it children's? I don't know. I don't know about children. I think I would like to try and read more middle grade in 2024 because I didn't read very much this year. I feel fine about the amount of YA I read. Where are my stats? But yeah, I felt fine about the amount of YA I read. Because it wasn't that much and I don't really want to read more. Yeah, so 8% of my reading this year has been YA. And only 1% have been middle grade, and then the rest is adult. And I feel fine with like having YA be under 10%, but I'd like to boost middle grade up a couple percent. I feel like just for sort of a more well-rounded reading experience. And I have like middle grade that I'm interested in. I just didn't get to them. My students asked me to read it, and I told them I would before the end of the year. It's around middle grade. Yeah, well, this is before the end of the year. You're fulfilling you're fulfilling that. Yeah. How's everyone feeling about how their reading year has gone, like reflecting on it? particularly like if you track, like if you keep stats, how are you feeling about how the stats are looking? I definitely have areas that I would like to improve. And like in particular, there are areas that I feel like, I mean, I guess I should pull up my 2022 tracker as well and compare some of these because I feel like there are certain areas that I have not done as well this year. But also, I'm looking at percentages and I just read so many more books this year, and a lot of them were just, I mean, a lot of them were Ruby Dixon. So I feel like it's throwing everything off. So like it's hard to compare this year and previous years. But I only read 30 translated books, which is like 10% of my reading. I feel like that's not ideal. And like of those, like 11 of them were translated from Japanese, which is like my most translated from language. And I just like a little bit more variety because like there's a like every in my top languages like are generally Japanese and Spanish. But then like the other languages that I've read from, like I read 2 books from Korean, 1 book originally written in Arabic, 1 written in Dutch, and 1 written in French. And that's it. That feels less diverse in languages than other years. I only read from 33 unique countries. Actually, no, it would be 32 because various is on here, and I should have it exclude various from the data set. Oh yeah, various and unknown are on here. And they should be excluded from the data set. I need to fix that. I've got to, like, the rest of today, I feel like I need to work on my spreadsheets for next year. See, this is the danger of me having the dual monitor set up now, because like now I can like just get really distracted looking at my spreadsheets. Gotta stop doing that. Yeah, what pages headphones? I'm happy with how for this year, even though I did not hit my goal of 100 books, but I'm happy with the 88 that I read. Yeah, 88 is still just like a huge amount of books. I don't know what I want to do with I exceeded my goal this year, but I don't think I want to put it higher because I don't think I want to read this many books next year. I assume I won't because I won't have I won't have as many new Ruby Dixon books to read because I've read them all. Not all of them. You know what I mean. I read a lot this year, but not surprisingly, my own TBR hasn't gone down much. Yeah, same. My own TBR has actually gone up. I read, like, in pure numbers, I read a lot more books than I buy, but I don't necessarily read the ones that I buy. I read my library books. I read ebooks and audiobooks. A lot of audiobooks. Yeah, a lot of library and a lot of audiobooks get prioritized over my own physical books. So my unread physical TBR has just ballooned this year, and I would really like to get that down next year. I'm okay, but I'm annoyed that I dropped my reading journal. I feel like I probably didn't read enough BIPOC authors, and I was intending to do better in that area. There's always next year. I feel like I'm looking at this in like my author identity panel. And it's like pure numbers, I read like 93 books from BIPOC authors, but that's only 30% of my reading. And only 4% of my reading was from First Nations authors. So I did hit 12 books in that, which was sort of like, in my mind, my minimum was like, I need to read at least one book by a First Nations author every month. And like, I'm pretty sure there were months when I didn't, but then there were months when I read one. So, I mean, 12 is the minimum. I feel like a few people had a pretty meh year in terms of reading. Yeah, I read a lot, but I don't know. I think there are definitely things I want to improve on. The amount of books I read, I'm fine with. My average rating is kind of not good. Right now it looks like 3.4, which I don't love. I mean, it's fine, but I had some real stinkers. Are you keeping track of your stats on Storygraph? I do use Storygraph, but I don't find that their stats are accurate enough. So I actually like, my primary way of tracking things is my own spreadsheets. Share screen. Reading tracker. So this is what the like yearly stats on my 2023 reading tracker look like. There's a lot of stuff where like I had intended to fill it out more and like make it look nicer at the start of the year, but I just ended up just sort of using it all year without paying attention to it. I mostly don't look at the yearly stats page very much throughout the year. I also have a monthly stats, which I glance at from time to time, but I mostly like, I just let it collect all of this data for me, and don't pay a lot of attention to it. But it all like comes from like, I put books into my books read tab, and also a lot of this information it fills in itself because it's I have this spreadsheet is importing a range from like I have a separate spreadsheet that has all of my TBR books on it with all of like the info that I want to keep about them. And then this spreadsheet just like imports that entire like data set and then uses it to fill in other places, because like I have this thing where I don't like to type the same information multiple times. So all of my things just like I select a particular book and it knows how many pages it is because I've already filled it in elsewhere. So that's how I collect my stats. So, but I like to have control of the data going in. So that's why I have my whole big spreadsheet for my TBR, which is, well, let me go, yeah. So yeah, I just have a giant spreadsheet. And I currently have, I've got it to remind me that we are still boycotting St. Martin's Press and the imprints under it. I have it set up to like, because I track publisher on different books, I have it set up to like black those lines. But yeah, anyway, this is a huge spreadsheet. So yeah, I just like, I want to control the data. I must have control of it. It's very important. Can't trust anyone else. We've got to do it. Um, yeah. I mean, like, Storygraph has good graphs and stuff. I just like, I mean, it's perfectly reasonable. It just, whenever anything is like a little bit inaccurate, I gotta fix it. Anyway, I was on a roll the first 6 months, so I increased goal. I used Goodreads, which helped me stay focused. I mostly read middle grade crime, some manga, and books in verse. Nice. I have a friend who is working on a book in verse. I think it's middle grade, a middle grade book in verse. Although over Christmas they were talking about how like it's a lot of work and hard to sell. So they're thinking about getting in on the Monster Smart because I've been making them read Monster Smart. So yeah, books in verse, very cool. Entered the world of Smart this year, a total of 9 Smart books. Perfectly respectable. I have read 117 books that I have designated as romance. I don't know how, like, that doesn't sort of say how smutty, like what the ratio of like smut to story was on all of them. So many of them were ridiculous. I'm just going to keep to my goal of 100, and if I do exceed it, then I may extend it. Yeah, because like it feels good to like when you hit the goal, and then like then you can like make a decision if you want to extend it or not. I mostly don't I mostly don't change my goals, even if I blow through them. It's like, yeah, I don't know. I don't have a reasoning. I'm planning to put my loose goal at 100, which I will probably hit and then go from there. Yeah, I think that's a good way to go. I don't know what I want to put mine at this year. Next year, I think I put mine at 200 this year. Because I had it at 240 last year, and then stuff happened and I didn't hit it. So I put it at 200 this year, and I've read 314 books. Just can't predict life. I always set my goal at 50. I always go over. It's just so I can see how much I've read without pressure. Yeah, I like I like having something that like I don't want to hit in the first half of the year, but I do want to exceed. So that's sort of like my thinking. I also read library books, quite a few audiobooks, Kindle books, and I do read some of my own physical, just not the amount that I was holding. Yeah, same. I feel like I don't even buy that many physical books compared to like some people, because I don't feel holes or anything. So like there's like it's not like I'm like having books, like needing to buy books for like content or anything, but I definitely this year have tended to buy more from my shelves than I've read um, from, and the number has gone up, and I would like the number to go down. I need to think about what my goal is for that. I just been using CoPal to keep track of my books. So I haven't looked at the CoPal spreadsheet that much. I've poked it a little bit, but it's not one of the ones that have sort of gone into mine. Mine is a mishmash of a number of things. I think the base is the Book Riot spreadsheet from like 3 or 4 years ago. And it's also got some stuff from a little book owl spreadsheet for like tracking readathons. But yeah, it's a whole thing. Thank you. I love my spreadsheets. It's I know some people like talk about like how the hobby of like buying books is different from the hobby of reading books, and so like you have like one or both or whatever. I feel like I don't so much have the hobby of buying books, although like as mentioned, I've bought too many books this year. But like I don't get a lot out of like just shopping for books. But I do think maintaining my spreadsheets is a separate hobby from reading potentially. I just love to maintain my spreadsheets. I find it very soothing to get all of the information up to date. And also I just like having all of the data even if I'm not doing anything with it. And I tend to modify my spreadsheets like as I go. Like I think that I think that for any kind of tracking, you should always make it responsive to like your wants and needs. So if you're tracking something, like you shouldn't really ever be tracking something that you don't care about. That's always my advice for like any tracking stuff. Um, only track things you care about because like this like you're tracking for fun essentially. Like the start like what we read in a year and like the stats of those books, they don't mean anything really. Um, so I'm always feel like it's very important to track the things that are meaningful to you, because otherwise it becomes a chore to like update everything. If you're updating things with like information that you don't care about or use or anything, then I feel like it becomes like really tedious. And so I feel like the key to enjoying tracking is um, sorry, Adrian just sent me a message. The key to enjoying like tracking and maintaining spreadsheets and stuff is to um, be very deliberate about what you're tracking and what matters to you. Um, and no one asked my opinion on that, but that's my opinion. Do we want to do another hour? Is everyone cool with another hour? Get some more reading done because I am 62%. 3 hours and 44 minutes left if I was listening to it at 1 time speed. Which, like, obviously, I never would. Although, like, all of the like listening to stuff sped up on YouTube and audiobooks and podcasts and stuff, it is like ruining me because like sometimes I'll be talking to someone and they will talk too slow, and I'll be like, I would love to put this in 2 times speed, or at least like even just bump it up to like 1.25. Thank you. I appreciate that. Um, anyway, let's do some more reading. We'll go for another hour. So, how did everyone go? I didn't get as much reading as I would have liked done that hour because I was playing with Libby a little bit. I am 71% through, almost done with chapter 20. I have no further thoughts about tempting Auzed. It's fine. I feel like in the section that I listened to that sprint, I didn't notice her talking about movies that much. But then, like, I didn't actually get that much listened to, so who knows? Maybe it was just a brief reprise. And I did some cleaning in the kitchen because we have groceries coming this afternoon. We're technically within the window, the 3 to 6 window now, but I think our more specific time is 4:35 to 5:35. So it'll still be a while away yet, but I was prepping the kitchen for having groceries arrive and needing to put them away. So, you know, just boring, productive stuff. I don't know if I'll make it through this whole sprint because it's 10-ish p.m. here. Thank you for the sprints. Worries. I mean, probably gone to bed now. Hope you're sleeping tasty. Thank you for coming. One chapter of Tempting Auzed up to 22, and 2 chapters of Scythe with Robbie. We're about halfway through. Nice. I was just thinking the one perk of Sexy Times is at least there's less movie talk. Yeah. I mean, at least, like, thank God she refrains during Sexy Times. Like, I mean, she's mostly, like, not that great at reading the room and knowing when it's appropriate to quote movies. Again, movies that the aliens have not seen because they are aliens and her quotes mean nothing to them. But yeah, it's good when she's distracted by his beefy body. I'm up to the part where they're in, like, looking sci fantasy future yacht, personal yacht thing. I mean, like, it sounds very nice and wish fulfillment-y, but I don't know. I mean, where I'm at the moment, I don't understand what it is doing to move the story forward. I assume it's just going to be a nice setting for them to have sex in, but I would kind of prefer if it was doing something else, like, more than that. I don't know if it's just because I'm kind of hot and a little bit done with this female main character. But, like, I don't really know what this, like, personal future yacht is doing for, like I don't know what it tells us about the world. I feel like because it's so just, like, Earth human fantasy, like, and wish fulfillment, like, oh, what would be, like, the sickest, best thing, like, to, like, hang out with, like, where to hang out on a date if, like, you're in this, like, super advanced sci-fi world where anything is possible. It just feels like it's, like, genericizing the world more because it is so just, like, human wish fulfillment that I feel like it's scraping away the alien, like, culture and technology and stuff, like, because it's Like it doesn't tell us anything about their world. But I don't know, maybe it's bad to think about those sorts of things. It's like, let's shouldn't engage critically with it. Don't think about anything. Just review it and don't think. I know, I know we're not meant to think too deeply about it, but like the reason I like one of the reasons I like sci-fi romance much more than I would tend to read like more realistic contemporary romance is that there are like hints of a bigger, more interesting world. I don't know. I just like it sounds like really great to hang out on, and I would love to have a water bottle that was like always icy cold water. Like that sounds great. Obviously, everyone would like that. Um, and to be able to lay in the sun without while being protected from it. Like that all sounds great. But it's not very interesting, I think, is how I'm feeling about it. Like, tell me something interesting about the world, not just like this is a fun daydream. Like I can think about like what would be really comfortable by myself. Like I can think of things. I can think of like fantasy things that would make me more comfortable. I wouldn't necessarily put them in a book. It's not hard to think. It's hard not to think sometimes. Yeah, sometimes things totally smack you in the face. I don't mind the Skylander thing, but it's totally wishful thinking fulfillment. Definitely, yeah. I think it would have made more sense if the Canes didn't burn and were like, your world burns you. Yeah, see, like that's like a small change says something, like tells us something more about the world. And it's just like, no, they're just like humans, but they're so much more advanced that they've taken care of everything, so don't worry about it. Yes, they've had all of the concerns that you could have, and they've already worked it out. And you don't see the process of that. It's just we just solved all the problems before you got here, so just chill. Yes, true. Like how can your world support life if it burns you and gives you cancer? Um, yeah, yeah. I'm boring and sad, so I don't want my wishes. I don't want wish fulfillment. I want um I don't know what I want. I just don't know. I would love to be less sweaty right now because I'm a bit sweaty. And that is my fault because I did run around with the dog and then I went and took recycling out to the bin. And it was quite warm and humid outside. And then I bopped around some more, cleaning the kitchen and chasing the dog. So like it's perfectly reasonable that I'm sweaty. I just don't like it. And I don't have a cool alien boyfriend to like put me in like a controlled sky lounger. And I did like when I was like out of the bin, I did realize that I hadn't put sunscreen on this morning. So I just like exposed my delicate skin for like the minute that it took me to go out to the bin. So think about that. Yeah, I am not a fan of being sweaty. I mean, like I like a moderately humid environment. Like I'm very sensitive to air being too dry. But when it's hot and humid and you just like you can't, like it's no longer like your body is no longer doing like the evaporative cooling because the air doesn't want to evaporate any more water off you. It's yucky. Anyway. Trying to think. 4:46 to 5:46. Okay. I think if we do another hour and then have a little chat and then hopefully the next sprint after that, because I'm going to keep going until I finish this book, basically. No one is obligated to stay. I'm not going to hold you all hostage or anything. That sounds good. Cool. Then like my groceries will arrive, not this sprint, but the next one, I think. So that should be good. We can do that. That works. All right. Happy reading. All right, how did we go? I got to 90%. I'm almost finished chapter 25. Um, it's going. And uh, and I cleaned the kitchen, and that's about it. But productive. Those are productives for me. Like I'm almost finished, and I cleaned the kitchen, and we're ready for a grocery order to arrive. It's all good. Um, Heading up to bed. I hope everyone is having or has a wonderful last day of 2023. Happy New Year. Thank you very much. I mean, you're probably already gone, but sleep tasty. Thank you for coming. I'm back up to 78%. Had a good nap though. Nice. I'm glad you had a good nap. Naps are so good. I've been having more naps lately. I think mainly just because like I've been sleeping bad at night, but I don't think I'll need one today, but they feel so good. 89% done. Wow. That is a huge amount of progress. Like considering you were only like you still had 70% to go this morning, 89% done. That's amazing. You're definitely gonna finish it then. But yeah, I can't sleep through the night. Yeah. I have that trouble. I have that problem at the best of times, and then like because it's been so hot, it's sleep has just not been kind to me lately. Can't feel my brain. Yeah, I know how that is. I get that. I felt that. So glad that you're going to finish. I'm obviously going to finish tempting Auzed because I don't have that much left, and also I intended to keep going until I finished it. But I also need to finish Bound to the Shadow Prince, and there's still like quite a bit of that. Hooray! What are you rating it, Amy? And how do you sort of like rank it with the others in the series? Does it have a satisfying? I don't care if it has a I don't know what. Well, no, it's not that I don't care. It's I don't know what I mean by does it have a satisfying ending. I don't know what I consider satisfying. I'll finish tonight because my brain won't let me carry a book over the new year. That's fair. I find that it's just sometimes unavoidable because I also like I don't like to be without a book. Like I don't like to have time when I could be reading but not have a book going. So I am bad at like cutting myself off. Currently editing my reaction to the 2023 self-destruct list. You are so productive today, Ash. You're getting so much done. I aspire to be even a little bit as productive as you're being today. I think it's like third out of the ones that are out. I'm thinking 3 stars. It was fine. I liked it. Okay. Yeah, so far I like choosing Theo has been sort of like the best one for me, and the others have all sort of been a bit nothing, unfortunately. I don't even remember what happened in the last one. I guess I kind of do. Like, I remember the stuff where she's mainly because like it's mentioned a bit in this one. I remember the start when they're doing survival in the forest. I could have had more of that, honestly. I'll switch to the Skyward series recaps after this, and I'll need to cook dinner soon. Oh yeah, it is getting later in the day. Despite my dislike of Alex, it's my favorite. Oh, that's good that you're able to still enjoy it despite Alex. Um, I do feel like feeling kind of meh about it isn't necessarily even because of Alex for me. Like, I think that I would feel this way even if I didn't find her incredibly irritating. So yeah, that's fair enough. I liked the first and probably the second, but I can't really remember. Saving of Rocco wasn't enjoyable to say the least. Yeah, I mainly like the stuff at the start where it's girls together surviving in the forest, in an alien forest. Um, but then that ends very quickly. Like they're no longer girls together very quickly, and then you know, I think some of it is like I don't find this alien world and culture very interesting. It feels very bland, and so like when we get into the like later stages of each relationship where they're just kind of like chilling um and like dating and stuff and learning about the alien society, it feels very shallow, so it's hard to stay invested in finding. I want to start a Hitchhiker's Guide at some point today, hoping to make my first book of the new year. It's a good goal. Um, and yeah, like I feel like we're definitely reaching the point where it's time to like get a jump start on the new year. Um, I would really like to be able to finish Bound to the Shadow Prince as well as Tempting Auzed, but I'm pretty sure my first read of the new year will end up being Bound to the Shadow Prince because I won't get it done today. Because I'm 57% through that, but it's a 21-hour audiobook. You might be wondering, what does Ruby have to say in a 21-hour audiobook? I would say there's definitely more to it than what we're reading. I don't know that and there's quite enough to fill 21 hours. Um, but there is a lot, and there's a lot of world building is happening in this book because it is just a standalone. It's not building on the IPB world or anything. It's not even building on the Aspect and Anchor world, which is her like romantasy series. Like it's not even related to that world. It's just like an entirely different um, romantasy. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot for just kind of monster smart. Yeah, it's I wouldn't be able to maintain attention on this sort of book for this long if I couldn't also do other things with my hands at the same time. Like that's the thing for me with audiobooks. There's just a lot of books that I wouldn't be able to just sit down and physically read because there's not I wouldn't be able to stay focused on them. It's not enough stimulation. I mean, I can barely concentrate on books on just like sitting down and physically reading books where a lot of stuff is going on. So when there's less stuff to take in, I need to be able to clear my kitchen at the same time, basically. There's still no word on the groceries, or the grockeries, as I like to call them, because I like to mispronounce things on purpose just for fun. The grockeries currently saying 456 to 556. So what kind of length of sprint would we like for the next one? Because I was thinking of just doing another hour, but like I know I've been sort of throwing a lot of hours at you guys. And so if you prefer something shorter or something longer, if you prefer, I'm open to other amounts of time. It will, I have like less than an hour of the audiobook left, which means that it'll take me less than half an hour to finish it because I'm listening at 2.4 speed. Yeah, I want to do more knitting in 2024. I can do it, but I tend to do crochet more. But I feel like knitting is especially good for audiobooks because it is like it's even more a repetitive motion. Like with a lot of crochet, like anything you're making will often like the benefit of crochet is to be able to like do a lot more like structure and shaping and detail and patterns and stuff, whereas like knitting, not always, but like a lot of the time it can like you can just be knitting a like much more sort of like repetitive block and still have like get like a beautiful piece of fabric. Like if you just do like a chunk of single crochets, just like a rectangle of single crochets, it doesn't make a particularly beautiful piece of fabric. But with knitting it does. Should get it done in an hour. Okay. Long one. Yeah, that works for me. Okay. All right. So we'll do another one. Do you guys want an hour, or I can do longer than an hour? Because yeah, I'm assuming that my groceries will arrive at some point during this. If they're ending up arriving at the end, I might add some extra time onto the timer. But I just don't know how. I just don't know when they're gonna arrive. Eventually, I will get a "you're next in line" text, and then we'll go with that. Okay. Well, let's do an hour just so I don't have to change anything. Yeah, just so long as it's long, I'm happy either way. Okay. Well, do an hour, and if I extend it, I'll like leave a message and stuff. But yeah, an hour should be good. All right. Well, let's read, and I will be done with Tempting Auzed when we come back, presumably, unless something goes catastrophically wrong. I had to go. I just finished because when I had like 5 minutes of the audiobook to go, my groceries arrived and I was doing that, and I was talking to Adrian, and then so I just sort of sat in front of him just then and listened to the last 5 minutes of the audiobook, and I had a reaction to Alex talking about how her cultural contribution is like writing down the plots of a bunch of movies. I just no, no, just no. So yeah, that's done with. Um, Yay! Good job, Paige. Finishing books. Yay! I haven't read it all. Still cooking and listening to a vinyl. Cooking is very productive. Yay! Tracy also finished. Adrian is sending me a photo of something. Yeah. But yeah, well, that was another Quicanian book. I will say, like, one of the thoughts that I had was I looked up, because I don't care about spoilers. I had to go and look who the Maxu book is with, because I'm like, he and the Queen kind of have like vibes. I could ship Maxu and the Queen based on the limited interaction they had towards the end of this book. But that's not, he has a human, so that's fine, yes. But yeah. Right? Like they seem like they had a spark. Like, honestly felt like they had more chemistry than Alex and the brick of styrofoam in this one. What's his name? It's Auzed. Aussie. Terrible nickname. Yes, this was a nice productive day. Thank you everyone for coming along with me. Yes, like I like it was so refreshing because like I wanted the brief like little kind of moment they had together to go on longer, because I'm like, oh, there's kind of a spark here. These, and like I'm interested in these characters. Um and then we just story continued and left that behind, and he doesn't end up with the Queen. It's like I would be fine. Like I'm happy to read an alien plus alien romance. I don't need there to be like a human. I mean, these aliens are human enough that like, what difference does it make? But like, just like give me a romance between the aliens and see how like that goes. Um, Ruby Dixon has some that are like alien plus alien, or alien plus human clone. Um, I feel like I've run out of things to say about this book though now that I finished it. It was fine. I'm not really sure what I'm reading yet. Yeah, that will be interesting. So like I'm looking forward to getting to his. Oh, I think I don't know if you want me to spoil it or anything. But like, yeah, I did see how like he ends up hooked up with a lady. Although apparently he is grumpy, possessive, and all kinds of sexy. I don't really want. I don't need the possessive aliens. I'm fine without that. Thank you. But yeah, that's book 6. And also, I don't think there's an audiobook out for it yet. Oh, no, there is. Or is it just, oh no, it's the audiobook for Resisting Maxu comes out in February. Which will be good timing, because like that's so like if we keep doing these one a month, using Fae Ho is next month. And then I don't know, there's a 5.5 that I don't think has an audiobook. And I just like I don't think that I can. Oh no, wait, there is an audiobook for it. Huh. Oh no, it's not until March. And this says it's 6.5 in the series. But Goodreads says it's 5.5. Who knows? I guess we'll see. But anyway, I was like, if we keep doing like one a month, like February will be the month when we would be reading Resisting Maxu. And then I don't know what happens with Ruling Sixthend. I'm assuming that my pronunciation of that was correct and good. Sixthend. Gave it 4 because I did enjoy it more than the others. Well, that's good. I don't think I'm giving it 4. I don't know what I'm giving it. Grumpy and Possessive. Who would have thought? I know, it's really shocking that in one of these books with fated alien mates that the aliens would be grumpy and possessive. Just big brooding bricks of men who are grumpy and possessive. Who could have predicted? Let's see. Well, it looks like I gave Saving Baraka 2 stars. My review says kind of wish they'd died in the woods so I didn't have to slog through the second half. So I think I liked this one better than Saving Baraka. And Freeing Luke, I gave 2.5 stars. Honestly, kind of baffled by how this was paced. It felt very unplanned and unedited. Yeah, that's probably how I feel. And I gave Choosing Theo 3.5. I think it was basically an extra 0.5 for reading it as a group. So I think this one's probably going to be a 2.5. I'm going to get dinner, I think. That's totally fair. It's it'd be 7 p.m. for you. I think I gave the last 2 3 stars. You're much more generous than I am. I'm a mean reviewer, potentially. I I don't know. So I finished the book. Do we want to call it there? If people want to keep sprinting, I'm okay with doing another sprint, although I'll have to cook dinner soon. But yeah, like my goal was to finish the whole book, and I did. I don't know if anyone has like New Year's Eve plans that they need to be getting ready for. I don't. Um, I'm done for the night. Yeah, I think that's fair enough. Yeah, I think I'm gonna call it here. I know I didn't put up a like lost sprint banner, but it's fine. Been going for 9 hours. Ash and I are heading to a local concert and fruit store thing. Oh, that sounds nice. That sounds really lovely. Thank you for coming. Thank you for keeping me company. I really appreciate having people to talk to, and I might not have actually made myself finish reading this today if it hadn't been, I hadn't had people to keep me accountable. If my brain is not coming back, yeah, that's fine. Just vibe for the rest of the year. Thank you for coming. I don't know. I don't remember if you were here, but I don't know. My brain might be a little bit dead too now. I'm realizing. Sprinting, we're chilling at home, listening to music, and watching the fireworks on telly. Yeah, I'm not really doing anything to celebrate. Yes, I will comfort Libby. I forgot about fireworks. So yeah, I guess snugging with Libby when she gets upset about the fireworks, because she's a precious little baby and very silky. Anyway, thank you guys so much for joining me. I've had a lovely day. And I got a lot more out of this book by reading it along with everyone. I don't know that I would still be reading the series. I would have either like binged and forgotten this series, or would not be continuing it if we weren't reading it together. Yeah, she does not like fireworks, so she will be very fussy. All right. Thank you everyone for coming. I guess if I don't talk to you before midnight, I'll see you in the new year. Bye.